Well done, Commander.
Ooh!
Dragon's Breath.
So, those were two tracks by Blasterhead with Shadow Under the Shadow and Pop Chaser. Well, as you can hear, it's pretty old school hardcore music. We started with, a breakbeat-ish track, and then we switched over to, some old school hardcore stuff. And the rest of the CD you can expect, these kind of musics, and also it's really diverse. How was your week going on? How has your week been? Have you done something great this weekend? Tell me your story. As for my my week last week, that was pretty much my last week for my 2-week vacation. So starting from today, I have my 2 weeks vacation. Was working. Was working up until Friday, and then Friday we met up with a really good friend of ours. We really had a blast week. First of Friday, we went to eat some great noodles here somewhere in Schiedam. And after we went to Delft to grab some ice cream. After we drove a little bit around the area, then we came back home. the Saturday, me, Kim, and our friend, we went to The Hague City and had a good lunch with a really good apple pie. After we went to the video game museum and played some games, and for the first time in my life, I played Waka. Apparently, they have a Waka cabinet over there, and you know, I tried playing it. I tried playing the normal mode first, and this is probably one of the few rhythm games that I can actually play. So the normal was a little bit too difficult. The normal one was a little bit too easy. So I tried hard, and apparently I scored AAA, AA, and an S with some J-core tracks in there. So it's not bad for first time. Let's see. After we had a good lasagna dinner, played reverse Uno. Oh my god. If you ever played Uno, you know what kind of shit game it is, but if you play reverse Uno, that means that you also have another pair of cards on the other side of the cards, and oh, it's so fun. I think we played for 1 hour, and then Sunday we also had a great day. We went to Utrecht and went to do some shopping, or at least the wife was doing some shopping. After we went to a restaurant called TGI Friday. You Americans, you know what it is, and to us Dutchies, it's an American joint where you can order quite delicious American food. So yeah, that was pretty much my weekend. So what have I done today? I have worked on the Gabardisco stream already. You know, talk about Gabardisco stream. So yeah, upcoming Saturday, back to the disco. It's a Gabardisco nightlife. Oh no, sorry, it's a Gabardisco event, a 10-hour live stream with 11 artists, and it's going to be real fire. So come over to the show at 2 o'clock UTC 0, or that is 4 o'clock Central European summertime. And I try to convert the time in my head, but it's a little bit impossible for me at the moment. But yeah, go check out the socials and information on the internet, I guess. Oh, this is so bad. I'll try to find up the timetable later. But if you want to be for sure, come over to my Discord server at discord.io/JCoLive, where I am promoting so what's the event called? Oh man, Gabardisco's Back to the Disco. So yeah, that was pretty much my week. How is your week? So let's go over back to the chat. Let's see what you guys are saying. Banana, I just want to say in advance, I'm sorry if I make some insensitive jokes today. I'll try to hold back, but humor is his way of coping with heavier topics and feeling like this. He was already really tempted to make a suicide joke when the stream died just now. You know, even though that we are talking about a heavy topic, it is also really important for me and also towards you guys that just react how you normally react. I really don't want that you guys change. I don't want you guys to change how you react or how you are, because I know that some of you guys are really trolls out there. The only thing that I say is try to be a little bit respectful for the situations, and if it's really too heavy, then then so be it. Okay. So banana to you, don't worry, it's fine. Let's see, what else do we have? Thumbsy Arrow Stomp. I heard one of the best ramen places you can find is in Schiedam. I wonder if that's the one that I went to. Yes, that is exactly the one that I am going to pretty much every month, or as much as possible. The funny thing is with that ramen restaurant joint, is that they also give away free dough bags, baking powder or something like powder that you make your ramen with. It comes with 25 kilo bags, and they usually give a bag away for free as a souvenir. So one time we brought the bag along to our house in Delft, and for some kind of reason Ayimi jumped into the bag, and and she just looked so innocent out of the bag. So I took a picture and I sent it to the restaurant owner. I say, look, Ayimi really likes the bag. So ever since then they printed out Ayimi with the bag, and they just put it there on the shop. So yeah, Ayimi is also queen of Yokohama Ramen Saito. But yeah, it's only a printed out picture, so maybe one day I will present them with a proper gift. The same picture, but yeah, yeah, I think I will. It's better. Oh yeah, and it's also funny, every time if I go to the restaurant, he already knows who I am, and say, every time if I come there, hey DJ, how are you? He knows that I'm a DJ apparently. No, but it's funny. They're always really happy to see me when I'm there, and yeah. So if any Dutchies out there want to come to join me in this ramen restaurant, just hook me up and I'll bring you guys along with me. Let's see, Banana, you got new shoes this weekend. His old ones were really broken. What kind of shoes have you bought? And the video game museum in Zoetermeer. It's indeed the Zoetermeer. Let's see, what else do we have? Thumbs Arrow Storm. Yeah, I got to play Waka. It's a really great game. I didn't have gloves. I didn't even know that Waka was even there. So I tried playing the game, and I felt that up until a certain point it feels a little bit burny sensation. So then every time if you need to switch over to the other buttons, I try to use my nails. It works somehow, but it's not really that fine. So for the next time that I go over to the video game museum, I will definitely buy some gloves so I can play with it. Hey, Thumbs Arrow, maybe you can help me find these kind of gloves? I don't think I can play with regular gloves. Yeah, there was a guy who had special gloves on, but it was a Japanese glove, so he probably bought it somewhere in Japan. Oh, I cannot even... I cannot eat my chocolate right now, so I'll keep it for later. Let's see, what else do we have? SOTUI Live. I play with my lady most of the time. Nice. From time to time we play with friends and also do MTG draft sometimes. What is MTG? Let's see. Discovered that Martin Dum was an anime fan when he joined the Rensha session with a character from Tenshi Muyo 5-6 years ago. Yeah, Martin Dum, he does like anime. He likes games. He's a fan of Final Fantasy, that's for sure. yeah, I also host Gabber Disco Night Live every last Tuesday of the month, which is tomorrow. And we are starting the same time as Jaco Live today. And I will say, if you want to ask Martin Dam some questions, come over to the show tomorrow and just ask him yourself. And I think he'll be glad to answer you. Let's see. What else are you guys saying? Kennycore is asking for treats for Ayimi. Hello, son! Kuro Soundworks. If you haven't done so yet, go follow Kuro Soundworks at Kuro Soundworks on YouTube and Patreon. And also, the music that you hear on the background right now, it's done by Kuro Soundworks. As always. Gotta support the son. Let's see. I will redeem I will give Ayimi treats soon. Let's see. Banana never had ramen. So, Banana, I will take you to eat ramen whenever we go to Prospect. No ramen, no life. Let's see. Candy Cores redeem 5 minutes of combined. We are not doing this today. Sorry. Take me to the ramen place when we go to the Prospect in December. That we definitely do. Fingertips are burning last time we played. Bought gloves for them and still have to test them out. Share the link with your Discord. Yes, please do. Oh, MTG Magic the Gathering. Ah, okay, nice. Let's see. What else do we have? Okay. Kuro Soundworks. No, I am not going to play a Rondo. I really don't like Rondo. Oh, not talk about Rondo. I have 6 new D4 DJ CDs in. Woo! Yes! Yeah, D4 DJ Sims. So yeah, looking at the time, I think we are going to play 2 more tracks, and then I'll say let's get SOTUI inside for the chat and talk about to have our interview. So before I do that, first let's do a quick shout out to Banana, to Kuro Soundworks, DJ Candycore, Zinhirm. From the Aerostomp, Takekun, Colesbart, SOTUI Live, I think, and Holy 80, Kimbind, and that's everybody I see in the chat so far. And Holy 80, D4 DJ Showcase when? Well, if you guys really want that, I can do that sometime. Yes. So, before we go over to the next 2 tracks, here's a disclaimer again. We are going to have a really heavy discussion about depression and what depression can do to a person. As in the music scene, we also cope with a lot of people that have depression, and also how that it can affect their mental health and just in general. So if this topic is too hard, please think about your own priorities, and also please think about your own health, and skip this show if it's too tough to handle. I don't blame anybody for here. This is going to be a respectful show, and hopefully this is also going to be a topic that will raise awareness to people with depression. Because I know somebody that actually I know several people that had depression, and I also saw on close hand what can happen with these with these kind of matters. So once again, if it's too hard, no hard feelings, just skip the show and come back next week. So let's listen to 2 more tracks, and then I'll say, interview time. So we're going to start with Hurry Up Pizza Boy, and then moving over to Do It Run Run.
coin hits the ground, one of us will fall with it.
And we're back here at J-Core Live, your one and only talk show here on Twitch. Well, once again, here's another disclaimer. We are going to have a real heavy talk, and the topic is going to be about depression and what depression can do to a person. Normally, this is not really a topic that people really like to talk about, but it's a topic that needs to be heard because a lot of artists they suffer from depression, and usually with depression they are not able to find a way out. So with this again, this is a warning to everybody out there. If this topic is a bit too hard, please think about your own health and skip this show, and hopefully see you next week. Later in the line, if you do decide to listen to the show and you guys want to hop out anyway because it's too tough, then still please think about your own health and do the things that makes you feel good and feel happy. This is a topic that needs to be discussed, and it's going to be a respectful talk. We'll try to keep it as lightly as possible. But what we are trying to do is we want to try to inspire people to think about depression, or about what it is, what it can do to a person, and maybe you have depression, and maybe it can inspire you guys to have a little light in the distance. I think that's the correct term for it. So once again, a warning, please leave if this topic is too hard. And before we go to the interview with SOTUI, I want to say thank you very much to DJ Candycore for gifting Kimbine a sub. Woo! And also Takekun for the 4-month subscription. So I'll say, I want to introduce you guys to SOTUI. So it's been a long time since we have spoken. The last time was, I think, somewhere in October or November. And now we are here today. So before we are going to start with the true interview, tell something about yourself. Who are you, and what is your musical career?
Well, I'm Dennis, better known as SOTUI, or Seeds of the Upcoming Infection, for the ones who know me from way before. I've made music for like 12 or 13 games. I'm not really sure. I don't count them anymore.
Yeah.
Like it kind of gets you, like you try to being 15, and that's something you don't have to do to yourself. That's something I want to discuss today also. So I've made music for like SOTUI by Rayark, Crossbeats by Capcom. I even made music for Osu. It's not really known because it was like it was a total flop.
But Osu or
Like I tried. I tried. Like I put the music for the fans out there in the game, and they didn't enjoy it, so it's okay. I mean, I got the dollars. So
you know
it's okay,
that's
you know?
important.
Yeah, and I also created a music label called Resistance Tracks, which now I'm leaving for the reason that I am like migrating in the way I make music, the way I try to make music, money out of music. Sorry. So I'm migrating to a new concept, and you see some guitars here, and I am kind of making a whole new deal.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, I made music and I've been around in the J-core scene for like 10 years. I don't know. I'm really hated by someone. I'm really loved by few ones.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
but this is a thing that I can also vouch for is because I know that Roundwave Crusher was also a person like you. You either hate Roundwave Crusher or you really love Roundwave Crusher. There is
Yeah,
nothing
because
between.
he's really honest.
Yeah, he's really honest.
His music, yeah, and his music is really honest too.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So yeah, it's the same situation with you. Yeah, I really like your music because you make good quality music. But yeah,
I try.
but I know that in the past the J-core community was pretty toxic, and I was pretty much in between there as well. And from my own perspective, I I couldn't find like a place within the J-core scene because even though I did try to come in a certain group, they never accepted me. And I say, okay, why would I even be in this community?
I think when someone, and this is gonna come through like something really vain of me, but I think when someone has a really strong personality and is a really opinionated guy with strong beliefs, and that kind of people, from my life experience, gets kind of alienated from those cool kid clubs, if you want to call it that way.
Yeah.
And I don't want to offend anyone. It's okay if you're a cool kid. I'm not. And I had to admit I'm not a cool kid, and I never been. I've pursued the objective of being a cool guy, a cool kid, since I was a little boy. And I realized like 6 months ago that I was really wrong, and that's not the way to live your life. So it only took 27 years and some months for me to realize. So
Yeah, but you know what the great thing is about with Roundwave Crusher and you is even though that you guys had a lot of shit from a lot of people, you just kept on going and you just keep on doing the things you love, and that is really, really something respectful. You have been doing the stuff, and you said, "Okay, I have haters. Okay, fuck you." Okay.
Well, it was kind of more complicated than that. I am someone who, like, haters want to hurt people, famous, known, etc. And I am the kind of perfect victim for them because it really hurts me. It hurts me so fucking much. Like when someone tries and discredit me on like Twitter, it doesn't matter if it's like some rando with a wee profile picture and 2 followers. It really hurts me because I didn't found the way to properly process that emotion, that fame, if you want to call it that way. And I am still working on that. But yeah, the proper attitude would be like, yeah, I'm gonna do what I do, and fuck them if they don't like me, which is not the same as if they don't like my music. Like, it's okay not to like my music. I mean, I'm really specific, I think. My music is pretty specific in some ways. And my new music with the guitars and all the metal stuff is gonna be pretty specific because I'm someone with the musical vision and I have like that exact musical vision and I want to make that and I do that, you know. So that's kind of a tough thing for some people, and I'm okay with that. You don't have to like my music. Another thing is you don't like my music, that's perfectly okay, but don't hate me for I mean, don't hate on me, or don't try to bring me down, or don't try to hurt me, because I know how they feel. I know they see this profile on the internet and they know this guy made music for games and he must be some famous dude with tons of money. No, it's not. Okay, but aside from that, that's their approach, and they're like, they want you to fall for them to feel better about their lives. That's like, that's a really poor judgment from them, and it's gonna hurt them in the future for sure. But those people don't really realize, and they don't want to realize, that there's some people behind those profiles, though, that music, that fame, that persona. I don't have a persona. I tried to have a persona years ago. I'm way too honest for that. I can't have a persona. What you see online is me, and that's all.
Yeah, that's true.
And I know people don't like me, and it's okay. You don't have to be liked by everyone. That would be really,
that is
really
impossible.
weird. Yeah, that would be like, I don't know. It's weird.
No, because
So, yeah.
because there's also a situation here in the Netherlands. I know that Power to All, he was pretty much disliked within the J-core scene, not only on the internet but also here in the Netherlands as well as a DJ.
Oh, I did not know that.
A lot of people, at least a lot of people don't know about it, but the people that went to the J-core events in the past, they know the story. But the thing is that the problem with Power to All is that when people is talking shit about him, he defends himself, and up to a point that that it even gets him crazy. But the other people, they don't care. They say, "Oh yeah, this is a guy that we control. Let's throw some more dirt on it." And
yeah, they kind of feed from that pain in the other guys. It's like that.
Yeah, the worst thing is people are laughing about it and say, this is a guy that we can shit upon. So yeah, let's just throw some more stuff. And Power to All, he keeps defending, and eventually pretty much everybody let him down. And I was probably one of the few that never let him down. I always tried to advise him not to go further than that. Okay, he always kept
Yeah, he's a really nice
he
guy.
always kept going further, and eventually I said,
Yeah.
you know, I already gave you the warning. I'm not going to do it again. And I'm happy that now that he is listening to me, and yeah, as how I can see from my point of view, how I see Power to All now is that the moment that he started listening to me, I saw that he is growing within the J-Core community. Now he has his own thing at Vibe Tribe, and also his DJ mixes have become better.
He's in a project of mine, actually. That's like a reveal, but yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I do understand, because I saw the things that people said to you in the past. I saw the things that people said to Power to All in the past, and also to Roundwave Crusher. So yeah,
And of course,
I know that.
I did not react properly every time. Like, I overreacted many times. I behaved like a total asshole. I got really aggressive. I really did my first share of fuck ups.
Yeah, okay, but you know,
Like-
on the other hand, it's really human to try to
Yeah.
defend yourself. The thing is,
Yeah, you're attacked.
we live in an internet society, and on the internet society, everybody is how do you say, a keyboard warrior,
Yeah.
an internet tough guy.
Yeah, because in person, it happened to me, like, to have like feuds with people in social media, and then meeting them like face to face, and they couldn't even like look me in the eyes, and it's like, dude, you called me a lot of really shitty stuff. And now you can't even look at my face, you know. It's sad. It's sad.
You
In
know,
my
it-
opinion,
it-
that's sad.
No, it's really funny that you mention this, because I know in the past somebody had a lot of problems with me on the internet and say, yeah, he's a fucking douchebag and this and that, and I said, I really didn't know what he was talking about. So eventually he talked a lot of shit about me, and I knew who that person was. So on the convention, I walked over to him and said, I don't know what kind of bullshit you're telling me, but this is not cool, man.
Yeah. And
So-
they like backpedaled like really hard, I guess.
Yeah, because because you don't know what kind of person that you you don't know what kind of person on the other side is. People on the internet, they think that people on the internet are all tough guys and all they're strong and they can do everything, but even those people really need to watch out.
Yeah. Like, I am like, due to all the bullying and stuff I had like since I was a kid, I grew up like I'm usually a chill guy, but it can get really fucking violent, like really like that, you know, like if they piss me off, like, I mean, it's not just pissing off, it's like threatening or stuff. I get really
Violent.
aggressive. Yeah. And people is like, they think they are tough on the internet, and then they realize that in real life they are not. So why act like something you're not? If you act like that, someone will eventually beat you up, and that's for a fact.
Yeah.
So I try not to provoke people or stuff. I know I'm tough, but I don't like being hit, even if I win. So I try to avoid anything like that. You know? So yeah, it's like the internet like gave a lot of really insecure people a platform where they feel really safe, and they think they can do anything.
Yeah.
And when that stuff has consequences, they get really scared and like yeah, they realize they are not a tough guy and they should not behave like that. And for the record, I do not recommend anyone to play the tough guy, even if they are tough, because it doesn't matter how tough you are. If someone hits you with a chair right in the face,
That will hurt.
it's over. You know?
No, but you are definitely right about that, because like on internet, everybody are internet tough guys, except for the quiet ones, because they are the they are the real tough guys, the quiet ones.
Yeah, they are like the dangerous ones.
No, but
Yeah.
but that is true. No, but I of course I fell for those troll practices in the past as well in the beginning of the internet, but I pretty quickly realized that people on the internet are definitely not tough. The people that are behind the keyboard warriors.
Yeah.
Okay, this is from my own perspective. That those are the people that are not the alphas. They are not even the betas. They're the Charlies, the C's, the people that that get scolded, get bullied, and on the internet,
Yeah.
it's like you said, it's a place that they feel safe, and then they can be somebody. They can,
Yeah.
and they can react on a way that they cannot react in real life. You know, this is how I like to believe internet.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's what's wrong in some way and not wrong in some other way. Like, it's okay for you to feel safe on the internet. It's not okay to use that to make others suffer or feel unsafe or make them suffer. Like in my case, every time this is kind of pretty sad, okay, and I know, but every time I see a really negative comment about me, not about my music but about me personally, I feel so bad, like so bad. And I used to get angry, but now I just get sad, and I'm like, dude, why do they think that about me? I know I made errors. Of course, I had depression, and that thing gets over your mind totally. So it's not you. And when people say things like, yeah, SOTUI is just an asshole, and I'm like, okay, maybe this guy is someone who I interacted with and behaved like an asshole. It could happen. I interacted with a shit ton of people in my Discord years. Like, I've interacted with a lot of people because I actually love people. I love interacting and going out, and I really love that. But the internet made me more and more scared of engaging in conversations, in chats, and so on, because it gets so toxic that at some point you don't know if you are the problem or the others are the problem. And that's when things start getting to your mind. And that's like the first time you start to feel like shit, basically.
Yeah. The worst thing about this story is they are telling bad things about you personally, but they don't even know you personally. They live like you live in Spain, and they live God knows where, and they say, yeah, he's an asshole, but you don't even know that guy. So how can you even tell that the guy is an asshole? Maybe because the way he reacts, but then you also need to think, why is he reacting in this way?
Yeah, I reacted pretty asshole-ish when people like attacked me publicly in like Discord communities. And let me tell you, like, some people did really shady and shitty stuff against me in the Jake or scene community, not in Europe but globally. And I'm not gonna name names because it's just pointless.
It doesn't matter.
Like they know who they are, but I still don't understand the point of making someone feel so bad. And I don't think that's even like satisfactory for them, or it's just weird to me, because I tried to be a nice guy all my life. I succeeded sometimes. I failed others.
Yeah.
But I still try to be like, this is gonna sound pretty cheesy, okay? But I try to be the best version of me every day.
Oh damn, that's really cheesy.
Yeah, it's really cheesy, and I know, but it's something that I realized when I was really fucking depressed, that I was like a blanket. That like thought came to my mind, and I was like, yeah, that's true. And then I resumed suffering, but that stuck in me, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah.
No, but it is true. Even though it is cheesy, you need to become the better version of yourself. And yeah, what is the better version of yourself? There is none, because by every milestone that you are in life, you can always
yeah.
be the better version of that one.
Yeah. I try to learn new things, experiment a lot. I'm making like a new hardcore track for a really cool commission. And I've been playing with the kick drum for like 4 weeks, and it's been incredibly frustrating, but the result is turning out so unique. So that's what I'm talking about, like progression. Learn new stuff, meet new people, try new things, and try to be happy and stay healthy every day. I mean,
Yeah.
I think that's basic.
So
And also there's this like fight over the social media for the highest numbers. And of course, if you have like 75 million followers, you gotta do something good. Like, you're there for a reason. But like in like below, let's say 1 million, numbers don't really mean anything. They don't really mean anything. They are just a number, and that doesn't mean your music is better or worse. It's just that, well, you're not as popular as others are, but your music can be really fucking cool. And I'm not saying mine is decent, but I know many artists whose music is really fucking great, and they are not popular, not famous.
Yeah, I know several of them. But I do agree with you with numbers is just numbers. It doesn't mean shit. Yeah, you know, like with my Twitch channel, I have more than 1,000 followers. But from those 1,000 followers, I only have like about 20-25 regular viewers watching the show every Monday, and sometimes on the Gabber Disco we have like
25. Yeah.
So numbers
But
doesn't say
that
shit.
number, those 25 are true dedicated people who really like what you do and really love attending to your shows, watching you, interacting with you. And I think that's the coolest thing about being an artist, streamer, anything like that. And that's the human interaction.
Yeah, you are doing for those that really are fans.
Yeah. Of course, you have to like what you do. That's like the first rule. But I heard many times this sentence that goes like, you have to do music just for yourself, and if no one likes it, it's okay. Well, I disagree. I mean, yeah, it's cool to do stuff you like, and of course you have to like your stuff, but you also have to kind of give in into something more people can enjoy. So it's kind of cathartic in a way for me, at least. And that doesn't mean like selling out or nah. Like if you want to sell out, you don't do like jazercore or speedcore or hardcore. You do like pop. That's selling out, and that's perfectly fine. If you can sell out and earn like 5,000 euros every month, that's perfectly fine. I really respect that.
Well, I do know several artists that also make music for outside of their own genre under other names. So I know several artists and making good money out of it.
Yeah, you have to have a living. We ain't kids anymore. You have to live and do stuff and feel alive, and you need money for that. So yeah, that's perfectly fine.
Yes. Okay. Should we take a little break and listen to 3 more tracks, and then we go over to the next segment? The next segment will be a little bit more tougher than this because we are going to talk more in depth about how your depression started and how did you cope with it.
I'm gonna try to keep it like educational and not really like, oh, I don't want no pity, and I want everyone just to learn from my errors and not make them, and that's all.
Yeah. So like I said, it's educational purpose. But to everybody out there, if this topic is too tough, please skip the show and come back next week. At least I hope that you guys will come back next week, of course. So yeah, let's go over to the next 3 tracks. So we are going to start with Friendship. Oh, it's pretty good because friendship, you and me. So it's great. And then we go to Coastal Waters and Wood, and then we gonna end up with Girls on the Palm Top.
for children.
We will return to that point at the earliest.
Jesus fuck! I have been talking for 1 whole minute.
Like when you send an audio, like
Okay, so
okay.
once again, welcome back to Jayco Live, one and only talk show here on Twitch. So we just heard 3 tracks from Blasterhead, and it was Friendship. Then we swifted over to Coastal Waters and Wood, and then last up with Girls on the Palm Top. So we are having interview with Seeds of the upcoming Infection, aka SOTUI, aka Denise. And today's topic is a tough one because we are talking about depression and what depression can do to a person or an artist, like as Denise we see here on the right of me. So a disclaimer to you guys: if this is a topic, or at least to the people that came into the show and don't know what it's about, if it's a topic that is too tough to listen to, please think of your own self and your own mental well-being, and please skip the show and come back next week, as next week we'll have a normal happy show again. But this is something that we really need to talk about, as it affects a lot of people in real life, and even I was close to somebody that also have had depression. Actually, I know 2 people that actually had depression. Yeah, in real life. But it is also an important discussion because we are trying to educate people how to react to the people that has depression, how to cope with people with depression. Maybe you have depression and you want to find a way out. So yeah, like I said, this is an educational thing about about the whole topic. So I want to say let's go to the pro over here, but it's it's not a joke I'm allowed to make. So yeah, huh? Too late.
Let's dive right into what I call the blanket days, because I was basically a human blanket.
So how did it start it? Because I don't even know how something like this starts. So
to be honest, I don't even know when it started in me. I know when it got too much to handle, and that was, I think, 2.5 years ago or something like that, when I was like I think I was at the peak of my career, at least at the moment. I am now lower. And I was so active in Discord chats and on Twitter and on Facebook groups, and I was constantly interacting with people, with fans of the game, not always fans of me, and that's really important. So sometimes I just felt like I wasn't feeling really great, and I came to those chats or groups or servers, and I wanted people to, I mean, this is gonna be pretty vain, but I wanted people to tell me that they enjoyed the music I did for the games, because that makes me really stupidly happy when some dude on the internet like puts a Twitter like, "SOTUI music makes me go nuts and I'm so happy." I get so happy and I feel so thankful to that individual. So I came to those, I was all the time in the servers. Maybe 4 or 5 servers at the same time. I was like, you know, and I was also on the PC, and also participating in some online events as a DJ, but my gear was getting really fucked up, so I quit, and that was all. I will get back to that when I can afford proper gear. I promise.
You should.
So yeah, it was around that point where I realized I wasn't really happy every day, and that's like a thought that pops out, and you're like, okay, yeah, I don't know how I feel, because no one like really teaches you how to deal with not just with depression, just with the alienation some of us suffer because we are different, or whatever, you know. And that kind of stuff, it's what like, I don't know how to say it, like, it's the beginning point for the really tough shit to start happening. And the first thing is that you feel like you're not okay, but it's not a big deal. You know, it's like, oh yeah, I'm not okay, but yeah, I have a bad day or something.
Okay,
like
so
that.
just to be certain, at this point you don't even realize that you have depression yet, right? If I understand correctly.
Yeah, I was. Yeah. I didn't
Okay.
know. I was totally clueless. I didn't know how depression feels, and that's what I want to fight by voicing all this stuff in social media here. I'm gonna try and get the message to more people, because it's weird, and it's interesting also. Like, now that I got over it, it's kind of interesting because you kind of dive deep into yourself, and it's incredible how much stuff the brain can record, and you can recall stuff that happened 15 or 16 years ago that made you feel terrible, like if it was yesterday. It's amazing, but yeah, it's fucked up, obviously. So it starts like that. You're like, yeah, I don't feel okay, but it's just today, and maybe 2 weeks will pass and you will feel okay, and then you will be again the same weight. Maybe it's some kind of weight in you. It's kind of a heavy thing, and you're like, yeah, this is weird. Maybe I'm down or something. You don't think depression. I'm gonna make a really terrible comparison here, but it's like when you feel like it hurts here and you go to Google and it says you have cancer. Okay, yeah.
No, it's not a terrible comparison, but it's true because everybody does that, and it somewhere in a certain point of time you type in something. Oh yeah, I have pain in my
Yeah.
toe. Oh yeah, you have cancer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
or
I
you're
understand,
about to
yeah.
die. Well, it's that kind of deal. You don't think you have depression. You think you're down or you're sad because stuff happened, and it's also that. But it's also that you're not letting that stuff like flow outside you. It's kind of getting stuck within you, and you're too scared to voice it because you think, yeah, it's no big deal. People would be like, yeah, you're a little bitch, something like that. And I had people tell me that, but fucking, um, and when it keeps getting worse and worse, then you are like, yeah, okay, maybe I have to go to the doctor. And honestly, the day I went, I was pretty sure she was gonna say I was depressed. And yeah, she said it. Like, it started, like, the kick started of the really tough moment was two years ago, when I had a perfect job in theory. Well, I wasn't earning like a lot of money, but enough to wasting 13 watches and more stuff. Yeah, I mean.
Okay, but okay, so wait just a second. So the doctor said, or the psychologist said that you have depression. Okay, so now you know that you have depression, but on the other hand, do you also feel joy in other kind of things, or nothing felt joyful at that moment?
Yeah, like there's some point where you almost stop feeling joy about anything, but that's like the most deep you can be in that, well, you know. But most of the time when you are going like this, because it's like this, you start here and you start going like this. It's not like bum, no, that's not how it works. It's going like this. So you feel joy, of course. I kept making music, I kept hanging with people, I kept spending money. That is something that cheers me up like a lot. Even if I'm really broke, it cheers me up insanely. And that's not good, but that's how it is. So yeah, I like to buy things for myself, even if I shouldn't. But sometimes you have to think about yourself also. So I felt joy, of course, but I kept having that heaviness within, and that heaviness, it gets to someday it gets to a point where you're like, yeah, this is not going away, and I don't know what it is, but I don't really like it. It's not fun. Like, maybe I was watching Saturday Night Live or something like that because I really enjoyed that stuff, and suddenly I start feeling really sad. Like, suddenly, like, bam, and you're sad as fuck, and it doesn't make any sense. And then it's when you think, yep, maybe I'm not okay. Maybe, I mean, and that's when I decided to go to the doctor, because it started as anxiety. But what my psychologist found out by all the therapy and stuff we did is that I've probably been depressed for like 7-8 years, but it was really mild, and like it was like background noise. But when anxiety got so extreme, it went like this, and when anxiety left, it went like this, and then went like and started going down. So I don't know how long I had depression for, but I know that the worst times was like 2 years, maybe. The deepest was like 1 year, which is more than enough. Like, it's, yeah, it was cool not to be in that depth all the time. And yeah, my doctors really helped me, like, a lot. Talking with people that feels this way helps a lot, and not only you, but the other person. Like, I still have anxiety. That's why vape CBD all the time, and I also have like a tiny dose of meds just to be able to sleep and not have nightmares. But I'm pretty okay in that sense. And I have friends, and I discovered that the tiny amount of friends I have, most of them are like this, which makes you think, yeah, maybe there's something wrong in society, which is something I'm really sure right now. And I really analyzed all that stuff in my head, because when I was like so deep in depression, you don't stop thinking. You think more than ever. You spend all the time thinking and just straight up suffering. It's ridiculous in some sense, because you have no reason for feeling so miserable, but you can do anything about it. So you are like, okay, yeah, fuck it, I'm like this, and I'm gonna seem like a human blanket for the other people out there, but I'm gonna think about all of this. And I thought a really, really lot. Now, replying to I don't know how to read that name. No, I never imagine scenarios that won't ever happen. No, it was like the greatest hits of all the shitty stuff people did to me in my life. I like to call it that way because I imagine it with a really cool cover, like 80s style font or something like that. And it was like that. It was like the greatest hits of all the shitty stuff people did to me. And you keep like feeding on that negativity. And it doesn't matter how hard people who are around you want to pull you out of that. The only one who can take you out of there is yourself, through obviously professional help and education of society, starting obviously with all the people that surround you. And I have to say it, it's not easy to learn how to bear with someone who is going through that. Like it's fucked. Like my girlfriend had a really tough time about that, because you don't want to do anything, and I mean anything, and you know what I mean. Like, and all that stuff keeps like accumulating, and I'm glad I decided, I just felt so desperate that I was like, I'm gonna go to the psychologist, and I went, and that was all. And they really help. They really do help, because they first give you meds for controlling your emotions. It's interesting. They are not like quite there in what like science of controlling emotions is, but they are able to suppress emotions. So the stuff for the anxiety makes you feel relaxed and that, well, everything is okay, kind of. And the depression stuff just make you stop thinking. It's like it suppressed yourself. It suppressed you like at maximum. Also, I had to take like a really, really high dose. Like a really high dose. It was hard to quit. I was like a junkie, and it was hard in that way. But that stuff is the like the first step is having the meds, so you can be a functional human. So you can think, how can I get out of this and start going to therapy. Because if you are not medicated at all and you are so deep in that well, that abyss, therapy won't do anything for you, because it's simply you're there, but you're not there. You're just physically there. So when meds help you manage your emotions, you're able to think and to start progressing. And it was really interesting because my psychologist, what she did, the first session was asking me, when did you think this started? And I told her, I don't really know. So she told me, okay, tell me all your life. And that's what I did, because I really love talking and I was paying for it. So why not?
So you better make use of the money.
Yeah, so I spent 2.5 hours talking about my life. And when I finished,
wait, in those 2.5 hours, those 2.5 hours was enough to tell everything about your life, or do you needed another 2.5 hour section after session?
Well, it was kind of compressed.
Okay.
I kept telling stuff the next session, but just more like, remember when I told you about this? Okay, now let's talk about this, what happened in that exact same time. So when I was finished telling her about my life, she was like, yeah, you told me you had a good life. And I was like, yeah. And she was like, no, you didn't. And I was like, okay.
That was a slap in the face.
That really explains a lot, because I should have had a good life, because my parents are both really good people. My two little brothers, brothers and sisters, brother and sister, holy shit, they are really nice, and they always taught me to be a nice guy. The problem came from outside, from how shitty some people are and how entitled they think they can be towards making you feel bad about being yourself. And that's something that I really do. First, I do not understand it, because I'm a really logical and practical dude, and I don't see, I mean, it's not practical, it's not logical, it's just you want to be shitty, and that's not even doing anything good for you. In fact, you are building like a really shitty life for yourself, doing that to others, because that's another thing. The people who made me suffer since I was a tiny guy have shitty lives right now. None of them have a good life, because they always were bad to others, and like karma exists. So yeah, they ended paying for their stuff. Well, some of them were junkies, so they are dead, and I don't give a fuck about that, honestly. They got what they were working towards. So, but yeah, so after all that, she was like, okay, so starting from this point where you realized that you didn't have a good life, of course you did have good stuff in it, so you have to kind of focus on that. And when she asked me what the two best things in my life are, I replied, first, my girlfriend, because I literally would not be here if it wouldn't be for her. And second, music, because it's part of what I am. And it's just me. And she was like, okay, let's focus on that. So I focused on that. My lady attended too many sessions with me. She also suffers some anxiety because she is like 23 years old and realized the world is pretty fucked up place to live in kind of recently. So it helped her and it helped me and it really helped us as a couple to keep going forward. And it's not an easy journey. I think life isn't an easy journey for anyone. I think it gets tough
depends.
anytime.
Can be
Yeah.
easy for some circles.
Yeah, but it can change like that, even in those circles. It's just so random, you know. So I don't know. And the fact that my lady was suffering when I was suffering, which is pretty stupid if you analyze it like really objectively. Like, I'm suffering and I'm making her suffer, and her suffering is making me go suffer more and feel guilty, and that's stupid. But it is what it is. But that feeling of guilt helped me fighting, because I didn't have the strength to fight for myself, but I had the strength to fight for her, and that's what kept me floating, and that's what helped me. And I gotta say, I think I'm now stronger than ever, and way stronger than most of people, because if you don't go through this, you don't know how hard you can be on yourself, you know. And it's it's not something that I would recommend to people. Like, you gotta get tougher, you know, just get some depression, enjoy it, you know. No,
Yeah,
it's not
you
like
know,
that. But it makes you stronger.
yeah, the thing is, a lot of people say quite easily, like, yeah, you gotta toughen up and yeah, you can do this. But I did it once, and that wasn't really a good idea, because for them, being tough, they are already fighting for their lives, and then by adding something, yeah, you know, just toughen up, it's disrespectful.
It just adds pressure. It just adds unnecessary pressure. You know, it doesn't have any sense. And so yeah, if someone is going through this, and I know people that I know for a fact that a lot of people who follow me, who is in my server, who follows you, will see this and feel like, okay, yeah, I'm not okay. First of all, you can DM me anywhere, and I will always find the time for replying to that stuff. I can proudly, really proudly say that I saved some dudes from suiciding, and those dudes are my biggest fans to date, and they are awesome. So I want to help people that are going through this, and it's something that it's only growing. More people will have this over time, because the state of the world, the way even the music industry by itself it's pretty. It's like a meat grinder for the minds of artists, I think. And I see many times in my timeline, I have a really big network of artists within the rhythm game scene, and I saw someone's, and I was like, yeah, this guy is depressed. And like 2 months later, they were like, yeah, I have depression, blah blah blah. So the most important thing is, if you suspect you are depressed, yes, speak out. Like, call for attention. Yeah, stupid people and
Okay.
assholes will
Call for
tell you,
attention, but not on the internet.
yeah, kinda. It's this is kind of a tough one, because you call for attention on the internet, and 2 good guys will appear, and 1,000 bad guys will appear. So you have to kind of stick to the good ones and ignore as much as possible the negative ones, because at that point you're fighting for your life, and they are just fucking around behind their screen just before watching their favorite anime. I mean, they don't give a fuck about your life. And you do. So you have to focus on what's important. So you have to admit it. There's nothing wrong. It's like breaking your leg. Like, you can break your leg and you're like, yeah, I broke my leg, and I'm like in rehabilitation, or that stuff. Well, if you are depressed, you're depressed. You can say it, and no fucking one should judge you because of that. Because if someone judges you because of being depressed, then that person doesn't deserve your time or even your thoughts. Yeah. It's like, yeah, fuck him. It's not worth your time. So anytime you feel like you need help, ask for help. We are really connected, and the internet is huge, but as you said, there are like these micro communities, and anyone can anytime reach me, because I'm also insomniac as fuck. So I'm online most of the time. So I will always reply to that stuff, and I will try to help others who are going through this. And I think the best thing you can do to help that people is to speak about it without being scared or about the consequences. I don't know what consequences they might be, like, they are not gonna fucking kill you for being depressed. So the consequences are just here. Yeah, I mean, I was kind of fired from my last job because of my mental health, but it was just an excuse. Like, it was, it was an excuse. They were going to do it, so it was just right in time.
Yeah.
I don't really care anymore about that.
Just looking forward now.
Yeah, you have to talk about it. People have to talk about it. And I see on YouTube and stuff, really big celebrities and influencers and YouTubers talking about it, but they never, or the ones that I checked, they never dive right into it as they should. And I think that's because they are scared of how others are gonna judge them. And I do empathize with that, because I felt it myself, and I keep feeling it. But whenever I feel it, I push myself, and I'm like, yeah, no, I'm gonna do it. And I don't care what they are gonna do, because if no one talks about it, it doesn't exist, and the people who suffer it feels like no one gives a flying shit about their state, and that's not okay. I think the thing we have to do as humans, as a society, is to be functional, and in order to be functional, you have to have some sort of structure that keeps like the society united. And the last maybe 10 years, what I've seen is way more effort into breaking those bonds and communities and stuff than into uniting. And I know this is something that many people call like the ravers with their Plar stuff. Yeah, but there's a really big difference between saying it and doing it. And it's just the difference. You can be like pure and peace, love, unity, respect all the time, and then be so shitty to someone because they don't enjoy the music you do. And I've seen that happen, and I was like, this guy's fucked. It was like I was like astonished, because I was like, the dude is being mean just because he wants to feel over that other person. Like it's not about that. It's about making what we enjoy and interacting and making bonds with others like you, and of course people who you enjoy their presence and they enjoy yours. It's not an only way thing. It has to be both ways. If not, it's not gonna work. And that's something people try so hard to fit in molds, so fucking hard, especially in the anime and J-core scenes. They want to be this I'm gonna be so fucking offensive right now.
Doesn't matter. This is a raw talk
like,
anyway. So
yeah, it's kind of when they want to be this Twitter personality with an anime profile picture that speaks shit about others and feels so entitled and superior. And the bad thing about that is more people, when someone like that gets popular, and it happens, I don't know why, more people try and imitate that. And like the shit show goes on and becomes a shitstorm that starts affecting people's lives. And one thing that I think affects this, a really big part of it, is that, for example, in Twitter, most of the users are basically kids. So the problem is you are mixing in the same place kids who are like, when you are a kid or a teenager, you're like in your bubble of everything is okay, let's party, that kind of stuff.
yeah.
And then you grow up and you are like, yeah, it's not like that. So they judge you, and you can't be really, you can't really blame them, but their parents, because they are not, they did not learn the proper stuff. No one told them doing that was wrong, because I know people like my age from my generation who studied in the same place I did that have kids right now. And it's curious because the people my age that I know that have kids right now is the people that should never have kids ever. And I see their kids and I see how they are educating them, and I clearly see what's wrong. And what's wrong is education. You have to start from the ground and start building from there, and you can build a functional human being if you don't teach them empathy, or they don't understand why making others feel bad is wrong. And there are lots of people that never were taught that. So you can't really blame them for that. But at the same time, you're like, yeah, you suck.
It's like what
At least that's me.
Tisba said. A lot of mutual respect is missing nowadays. Because I know from my
Yeah.
generation, on my age, we are already taught by be respectful to elders. Also be respectful towards your older family. Yeah, you know, this is the kind of things that we get taught, and I do agree with
Yeah.
you there that a lot of children that are born right now, their parents are pretty much those shit people.
Yeah, basically.
So
Yeah,
I do.
plain words. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not saying everybody is this way.
No, of course
But-
not. But a majority of it.
A majority.
Yeah. I totally see it. I totally see it like every day. Like the group of friends I used to hang out with, at some point, I was like, okay, I am giving everything to them, everything, friends, but they are not giving me anything. And when I needed them, they weren't there. So then I was like, okay, yeah, I guess we were never friends. They were just colleagues or people you party with, but they were never friends. And that's something and I think that's something our parents failed at. And it's not them to blame, but the people who our grandparents and the society. I was gonna say the people who taught them, but it's absurd. So, and the thing they did wrong is they didn't prepare us for the real world. They tried to keep us in the bubble of everything is perfect, kinda, nothing is too serious, nothing is like that. And then you get to like 20, as I did, I was partying and drinking a lot, really a lot. And
Drinking is allowed.
someday, yeah, and someday I realized I went outside that because stuff happened. I started university, and I realized I didn't like that. I mean, I did enjoy the partying, but not university itself. I did not like that because I had a passion that was music and audio and multimedia stuff, and I got into audiovisual communication. That's the name of the grade, and it was basically periodism with radio, basically, and using some cameras. That I learned some stuff there that helped me, but it wasn't really helpful. And when I got out of when I dropped out, I kind of dropped out because I went to the final exams like, yeah, I'm just gonna sign and leave, and that's what I did. And at the same time, I was smoking like tobacco, and no, like my parents didn't know. And around that same time, they discovered it, and it was kind of a shit show. But they kind of took it properly, like it wasn't too bad, you know. But from that time, I was like, okay, I dropped out of university after being taught that all I had to do in life is go to college, get a good job, and live life and have kids, and you know. And I discovered it wasn't like that, like at all. It was way too different than what my parents and also like those educational cartoons and education they give you like in school when you are a tiny boy. And after that I studied stuff and I got a superior degree in well, I'm a sound technician, and I tried to get a job and I did not get it, although I was really good objectively.
Yeah.
So from that point, I was like, okay, yeah, I have to find how does life works. And at that time, I was like 24, I think, or 23. And that's when I started figuring out stuff. I started taking music way more seriously, and that's when my game career took off. But it also was the time where I really came out to the real world, and I think all that stuff that I saw that I never seen and I didn't know how to interact with started getting into my mind, and all the stuff I thought I was like, okay, I got this. Yeah, I did not. I was just suppressing it and hiding it within me. And that eventually led to the moment where I broke down. And it was fucked. Like it was fucked. I even got to Twitter to cry for help in like all caps and stuff. I obviously deleted that stuff at this point because I mean I know it was due to my state, my mental state, but I felt pretty ashamed about that. It was like, yeah, I don't want this stuff to exist, so I deleted it. But yeah, I sure did it, and I did it in Facebook, and I did it in Instagram stories, and I did it in every fucking Discord server I was in. Like it was totally fucked. And the worst thing about this is there's people out there which I know are kids, 15, 16-year-old kids on Twitter speaking to each other publicly saying, haha, do you remember when SOTUI lost his mind? He needs to get his shit together. And I was like,
Yeah, kids.
what's funny about that?
Kids that could be your kids are
Yeah.
talking shit about you. Yeah, but that is that's
they
being
don't
internet
know-
tough guys.
They don't know shit. They don't know shit about life and about things where and how to get money, how to get a job. I almost don't know about that, but I kind of know. So I got this. But they don't know. And they are totally clueless, and they are laughing their asses off of someone who was really suffering a lot and was
Crying for
crying
help.
for help. Yeah, and they were like, "Haha, that's so pathetic." No, dude. The pathetic thing is to laugh at that instead of saying, "Man, do you remember when that happened? Fuck, that's okay." And I have to bring this up because, in my opinion, it was so shitty, and I'm now over it. But like 2 months ago, I don't know if you saw this, but there was some user in Twitter that was like, "Okay, this is a thread. Tell me your who the rhythm game artists are and why." And that was a total shit storm of negativity and jealousy and people who were being straight up assholes about artists that even my dude Ginkeha, like that dude is huge. He got into the conversation to say, "Yo, this is fucked. Don't do this to us." Because they were like, "Yeah, SOTUI is just an asshole. Blah blah blah. He's just bad. His music sucks, and so does he." Stuff like that. And it wasn't like a lot of people, but maybe around 15, 20. So enough to be something that is fucked. Like I thought this is fucked, and also I felt like shit that day. I at first I got so fucking angry, but like an hour later I was sad. I was so sad, and I made my lady be sad with me because when someone is so sad, you end up like that. Yeah, but I got over it pretty quickly. I replied to them in not the friendliest of terms, but I was pissed. I was so pissed, man. That dudes with 1 follower, 2 followers, with no profile picture, like people who were straight up being cowards, that it made me so mad. And yeah, I don't remember what I said, but I'm pretty sure I crossed some lines back and forth.
Yeah, okay, but
I'm
this
pretty
is
sure.
but this is the moment that emotion is taking over. So, and
Yeah.
emotion is stronger than your mind, because the emotion is what your heart is saying.
Yeah.
The thing is, when
Yeah,
you have
yeah.
an emotion, you cannot really type it out because emotion cannot be felt or read through the internet.
You can try it, but you will fail.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not possible. Like I was feeling suffering and I typed help as if someone was gonna help me and me up.
Yeah,
But you're
and-
like, yeah, I need help no matter what.
yeah.
and
I remember. Yeah, it's already several times that you type something in on Facebook, and the moment that I want to type something, I couldn't anymore because the post was removed. So
Yep. Yeah, I did that several times.
so the times I wanted to react, it was already removed. So
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah, no,
because
but
I was
then-
like, there's no point in voicing this because it's not gonna help me. It's not gonna help others. It's just me spitting negativity out of me because I need to get it out of me. And it was just that. It most of the times, most of my arguments didn't even make sense. It was just me being pissed.
pure emotions.
Yeah. And I kept away from Twitter and I tried to just do it in Facebook because it was my closed circle of 1,000 people. I'm working on that to keep it way closer. But yeah, I felt safe and I wasn't. That's the funniest thing, because then people locally here started talking shit about me. What happened then is what obviously happens, and that's me going to them in person and asking, what the fuck is wrong with you? I think I literally told someone, do you really want me to beat the shit up of you? You know, because I was like, dude, don't do this, because I know where you live and I have anger management issues that are really serious. So I was like, yeah, don't do this anymore, and they stopped. And I know that these kids who are brave on Twitter and stuff, just even if they see you in real life, there's no need even to say anything. They will understand how fucked it was what they did. Most of the times, I mean, psychopaths exist, but yeah, they are a minority, I hope. So that's the thing.
Let's hope
That's
so.
what I want this to be. Yeah. That's why I want this to be educational. And I want this to be just pure heaviness and negativity. No, I want the opposite thing. I want people to speak up. Just if you're feeling that way, okay. That was my brother. Yeah, I want them to really speak up. Just if you're having a bad time, say it. There's nothing wrong. Everyone has tough times. It doesn't mean someone is gonna be like Superman and save you. No one can. Most of us are just struggling, trying to find our way in life and how to cope with stuff and keep doing our thing. That is the main thing here that kept me going, was music. Dedicated, pouring my negativity into music. And now I'm capable of transforming that negativity into pissed off music, which is pretty cool because I can make guitar stuff and so I am capable of transforming sadness into power in some sort. And I think that's good for me, but that's also good for people who enjoy my music, because I think even if they are not into that stuff, into metal or into guitars, it's really personal. My style will keep being personal. So that stuff, they will like it also, I think. And it's also my feeling, so it's cool. And I hope I help people around here.
Oh, well, there's one thing that I do want to say to you, and that is congratulations by coming out of the depression. Yeah, you know, the last time that I have spoken to you, compared to now, you look way more better. So yeah, you know, depression is indeed a really bad thing, but you are living proof that even with depression you can come out of it. I haven't said so yet, but my wife, she also lived with depression, so I know from firsthand how it can be from as an outsider.
Yeah, I noticed it by her reactions that she knew what I was talking about. Yeah. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it's something you just know just by the reaction. Yeah.
It's something you feel. Yeah. Should we do a quick break? Listen to a few more tracks, and then are you maybe up for some Q&As for some questions and answers?
Yeah, of course.
So to everybody in the chat, if you have any questions, please ask them. And then Dennis, he will gladly give you guys an answer. So for now, let's see how many tracks do we still have. Holy shit, we still have way too many tracks. So
the chat is so positive. I like that.
well, we have a really good community, so I'm really happy with the community that we have built up. So let's see. Let's do 3 tracks. We are going to start with R99, and then switching over to distortion field, and actually one of my favorites of the CD is 4M. So I would say enjoy.
I think
And we're back here at J-Core Live, your one and only talk show here on Twitch. What?
God, you're louder.
Oh, it's not louder, it's... So apparently it's a bit too loud for Kim, so... So
It's not supposed to be thrown like that.
okay, sorry.
Oh,
so
God.
yeah, so I think I have to talk around like this.
No, I was more because
Yeah.
Yeah.
directly transported to the brain or something.
Or maybe I just talk too loud. So yeah, instead of 3 tracks, we had 4 tracks. We started with R99, shifted over to distortion field, and then 4M, and then PCF XXS motherfucker. You know, I actually realized that these last 3 tracks, I already used one of them, and I never used the other 2. And I don't know why, but these are those perfect tracks for me that I really love. So I think in future shows I'm definitely going to use it.
I think they are pretty difficult to mix, in my opinion. And that's maybe because I was listening to the album and I was like, yeah, I don't know how I would mix this into another track. So maybe that's why. I don't know.
Well, for me, it's actually easier because I am from origin a terror DJ, so I am already used to play tracks starting from 220 BPM and can work my way up to 500, 600. So I'm already used to it. And
but the problem is the break beats.
actually, these 3 tracks are quite easy because a lot of terror tracks that I know and use, it's a little bit more difficult and more breaks in there. And this is just in one go. It's like, okay, this is a part that's only the kicks. Okay, then you can throw in the next tracks in there.
Yeah, I'm not good at mixing breaks. I'm no.
You
That's
know,
not my thing. Okay.
every artist has their own expertise, and your expertise is more the melodic, hardcore sound
Feeling
from
the
the
melodic
2010s,
experience.
I think. More in that, like the Art of Fighters in that range.
Yeah.
So yeah, to everybody out there, we are still having interview with SOTUI. Seeds of the Upcoming Infection, aka Denise. We are having a talk about depression, how it can affect an artist, and we just heard a huge story about a depression. And once again, congratulations on getting out of the evil, bad place and back into the better place. Yeah, it's not the best, but
It's fantastic.
it,
It's pretty satisfactory having
that's what we go
gotten out
for.
of it.
So we are now doing a Q&A session, a question and answer. I already see 3 different kind of questions out there. If you have any questions, please throw them out there, and then Denise will answer it. So the first one is from Who Lady. You said don't be afraid to reach out if you're having a bad time. But is there actually something a person on the other side can do?
Oh yeah.
What can a person do?
Even just listening to you helps a lot, because the person who is going through that needs to feel relieved and needs to get all those feelings out, and telling people about that and how you feel helps a lot. And obviously, if it's someone who went through this, it's even better, because they can give you advice on how not to go deeper, but to start rising up from that abyss. So yeah, definitely it helps. It helped me. It helped the dudes I talked out of suicide, literally. It's not exaggeration. It's like that. And yeah, it helps. And if it's someone who is close to you, they can even try and learn how to make things easier for you. So yeah, and that's a really good question, actually.
This is definitely a good question. From my point of view, as a person that is the person that gives that help, it is going to be a really tough ride.
Well, as someone who's been to depression herself, and Joe has been on my side by that, I often didn't know what I was actually needing, and I think that's the thing that you can. I think you can try to. Listening helps a lot. Like, just have the person talk helps, and eventually you can ask things like, can I help you with something? Can I give you... Well, maybe this time it's a little bit more difficult, but back then it was like, oh, come on, you need a hug, or, should we watch a movie, or some small things that get you just out of that dark place. Those things help. It's
Because
very small things.
you can do complex things.
Indeed, some
You can
very
only do
small
small
things
things.
help a lot, and listening is one of them. And maybe like, yo, shall we just, I don't know, if you're separated, and say, well, let's try to play a simple game online, or just have a Discord conversation or anything. Just do something together, just to get them out of that dark place. But that's how I got through it.
Like I said, from my point of view, it's it is really hard for the person having depression, but it's equally as hard for the person that is supporting the person with depression, because
At some points, even harder, I think.
at some points it's even harder, because the thing is, somebody with depression, they always come back with a certain issue, and the moment that you think that you tackled that issue, next day the issue comes back again, and twice as hard, and the next day 3 times as hard, and so you keep continuing doing the same thing. The only thing what I can tell to you guys, if you are on the end of on the other end of the depression, do not give up. Try to take it easy. Be mindful of the situation. Don't. There are going to be times that you will become crazy. At this moment, you should drop your own. Now, I wouldn't say you drop your own dignity, but drop your own thoughts and minds and just be there for the person. The moment that the person recovers, then I would advise you guys to just take a little time off for yourself. Like in my case, the moment that she calmed down a little bit, then she lies down on the sofa, and on that moment I just put on my music and I play. Yeah, what kind of music that gives me the energy back again, because it's a tough battle, but don't give up. It's a long process. It can take several weeks. It can take several hours. I think my longest session with you was like 4.5 hours. I think that you came out of the. I got it off an anxiety, panic.
Anxiety.
Yeah. So, but it took 4.5 hours to get her calmed down. So, it's tough, but do not give up, because the moment that you give up, that's also the moment that the person will say, see, I am not worth fighting for. So
Yeah, totally.
watch out.
Totally.
And also watch out with what you say and when you say. Well, one time I did make a little mistake.
The way you say it.
The way you say it, yeah.
I think that's the worst. Yeah.
Guilty.
Yeah, it's, I mean, when we are in that situation, you are totally clueless and you are just figuring stuff out like every minute, and you try it. It's like investigation, but like terrible.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
And a wise tip, don't be too direct.
Yep.
Okay, let's go over to the next question. And the next question is from Thumpsy Aerostomp. Dennis, are there in your experience things that people have done with good intentions but that did not have a positive effect with respect to your depression? In other words,
Yeah.
when trying to help or offer support, are there any general things that should be avoided?
That's a really good question and a really difficult one, actually. I mean, to the first question, yeah, of course. Like, you're, as we were saying, you're totally clueless of what's going on. And you will do stuff that you think will work towards cheering you up or cheering the other one up, your significant other in my case, and in your case too. And it's a total failure. And that's not because you have bad intentions or anything. It's just because you're figuring things out on the go, and stuff like that happens. And when trying to help or offers, whoa, things that should be avoided, I would say a sentence that should be avoided, and that's cheer up. Because
Or everything is going to be alright?
yeah, it makes you so mad, and you are already feeling miserable and sad, but that sentence, it's like, oh, okay, I'm gonna be okay, everything is good now. No, that's not how it works. So you get really angry. So avoid that sentence or those sentences.
Oh, I also know one else. Yeah, man up. That's also one. Or another one,
Oh.
there are people that has it worse than you.
That's a really terrible one. Yep. Of course, there is people who have it worse than you, and you don't give a flying fuck about
No, because
that,
it's
because
about
you're
you and not
feeling
about the
so
other people.
Bad. Exactly. So those and that kind of stuff is what you should avoid. Try to focus on positive stuff and try to do kind of cheer up the other. You're not gonna cheer him up.
Yep.
It's impossible, but you will shed some light in all that darkness that you are surrounded by. So that's the way, I think. Oh,
I also know another one, and that is if somebody is asking for help, and you go in there, yeah, you can talk to me and I'll help you. And on the moment that a person reach out to you and you are not able to give that support, so do not make that mistake. If you already know beforehand that you are not going to help that person, do not react.
don't try it. Yeah.
Just do not react.
Yeah, it's better to ignore it than to try cluelessly and fuck up.
Yeah, you know,
Because
I have did it
it's
with
gonna be stupid.
I've did it with Dennis too. I have seen his posts and messages. I don't know. I didn't know how to help him. So the best thing what I can do is just not to react, because the moment that I react, he, in my opinion and thought, maybe he is searching for my help and for help that I cannot give. So just to stay on the safe side for me and for the person with depression, not offer help if you cannot do that.
Yeah, and it also that kind of thing, it kind of makes everything you're feeling way more real, and you don't want that. You want to keep knowing that it's in your head and it's just in there.
Yeah.
And if someone tries to help you in some way that they don't know what they are doing, you kind of become like, you really realize that the problem is just not within you, but also in the way you interact with others, and that makes you feel so guilty, and that's just negativity, and it doesn't help anyone. So yeah, avoid that. It's the best tip I can do.
So from Zerox, I hope these answers are good enough. I hope. So let's see.
Oh yeah, they are.
T-Bus, the next one. Do you think music was a good way to cope with your worst times, or was it dragging you down more? I know this is a personal, but I'm intrigued. Sorry, I need to read it twice, and she needed to help me. So, was music a good way to cope with your worst times, or was it dragging you down? Or is it something really personal?
It was good when I felt like I needed it, and it was terrible when I had to do this track because the deadline is in 2 days, and I had to do it, and I was lucky enough that it didn't turn out terrible. But those times I felt miserable because I did not want to make music in that moment. But when I started like to rise up, it helped me, like it just fueled me up to rise again. Yeah, it's so self-rewarding when you achieve things that you want to do, and that helps you like a lot. So yeah, it was good most of the time, and just industry wise, it wasn't good in that straight sense.
Yeah.
But all in all, it was good. It helped me. So
Yeah, that is great then.
it
Let's
was.
see. The next question. Oh, this is for me. So this is one of the few times that people are asking me questions. So, question for me: having had the experience, T-Bus himself, with issues himself, how do you keep on supporting when you have your own doubts or how effective you are? Yeah, this is really difficult because on the moment I have absolutely no clue what to do. Everything what I try to say, it doesn't help. I try to talk, it doesn't help. I try to give my ideas, how maybe it can help. It made it even worse. So this kept on going for 1 week, and I was really, I have absolutely
Very good.
no clue to what to do. But the most important thing is just listen to the story. Don't give your ideas on it, but just go with the story. Like if the other person say, "Yeah, life is shit, and I hate that people. I hate animals. I hate food." The best thing what you can say, yeah, you know, fuck that, fuck people, fuck food. Oh. Well, in my case, food is maybe is quite holy because I do love food, but just
Me too, but I didn't want it to eat sometimes. So yeah, fuck food.
yeah, she has the same, but just go with it. And if somebody asks for, yeah, I want to eat chocolate, do not say you are getting fat. Just give that goddamn chocolate, because that is the
Yeah,
only.
I did.
Yeah, or just just go along with the story, go along with the person. Yes, it is really difficult to absorb all the information because I will tell the truth. I'm sorry about that. There are moments that she kept talking about the same thing all over, and on the moment, I did got a little bit pissed off in my head. But I said to myself, okay, well, one ear in, one ear out, and just nod until the person calms down, and then start talking again.
Yeah.
Because a person that is depressed and I wouldn't like to say having an episode, but on the moment that that the breakdown is there.
We kind of keep circling around, like we get into the emotion, the feeling, and then we get kind of stuck.
Yep.
And then the moment you almost think you're okay, the voice in your head
Circulate again.
circulates
Yeah.
again, and it's keep going and going and going,
Yeah.
and it's very difficult to break out of that circle. And to be honest, in some cases
Doesn't
when
stop.
it doesn't stop, and in some cases when he said something, the voice was getting actually worse. So
Louder.
indeed,
Yeah.
and sometimes even worse.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes we're like, oh, your husband has to, you're making it very difficult for him, and now you are not worth his time. I was like, whoa, boys, yo, calm your tits, dude. But it just didn't work. It just, and eventually I end up.
felt that too.
Yeah, and eventually when I got totally stuck in that circle, I would stop talking, eventually stop moving, sometimes, well, not sometimes, even stop breathing, and eventually just fall down and fall asleep. Because that's the only part that I could get really out of that circle if I was in a bad mood, bad way.
Yeah, I did that too. Yeah, because you can't stop it. It just keeps going, and the more you fight it, the worse it gets.
Worse it gets indeed.
So in that moment, it's better to surrender for a moment, let it finish, because it will eventually finish. And when it finishes, kind of reflect on it.
Yeah.
And try to learn not to fall into it so deeply the next time. And first times you will do this, I mean, you will fail. But
Yeah.
eventually you will get over it little by little. So yeah.
So if you are within the panic attack or yeah, these kind of things, and on that moment you really need to take a breather. What I did with her is I need to go to the toilet. I take a shit. I say I'll come back in 5 minutes, and even though I'm not taking shit, I'm just going to the toilet. Just sit there and yeah, try to let everything go, and
You also need to let things sink in.
let things sink in and just take a breather. After that, just stay calm. Go to the kitchen, grab yourself a drink. Ask the, and also ask if the person want to drink. If the person wants tea, it's even better because then you have an extra 5 minutes for yourself. But but on the moment that you go to the toilet, you have a drink, and you are making tea for the person or coffee, gives you 10 minutes for yourself. So then the person with depression has 10 minutes to gather up the strength and all the issues what they have, and you as a person
to calm down.
And I'm taking care of someone. So
Yeah.
but the most important thing in the story is do not give up, because on the moment that you are giving up, the person will feel even worse, and the situation will be even worse on a way that they might commit suicide. Not saying it will, but it's dangerous. So
yeah, I
do not
just
give up.
want to address that shortly because it's something so morbid that, I mean, but of course you have those thoughts, and sometimes that thought that is circling around your head is that exact thought that I want this to end.
Yeah.
And that's the worst times you can have, because at the same time you are like, dude, but I love being alive, I love doing stuff, I love making music, I love singing, I love, but at the same time you are like, yeah, but I want this suffering to end.
Yeah.
It's just that. It's like, yeah, I want to run away, and that's all. Other than that, what can you do? So when I see artists committing suicide, it makes me so sad, but at the same time it makes me so mad, because those artists in most of the cases have people around them that know what's going down.
Yeah.
And did not try hard enough. Of course, there will be cases that even if you try hard enough, you won't stop it. But most of the times, if you try and be patient, you get over it.
Yeah.
And you keep living. I mean, instead of not. It's just that.
Yeah, now we're talking about artists. I don't really know what the story is with Blasterhead, because the only thing I know, Blasterhead is not among us anymore. So we don't know if it's suicide or if it's natural cause. Same for Betwixt and Between. We don't know if it's suicide or not. But I do know of one case.
In that case, it's pretty. To me, it's pretty clear that it was, but that's just my opinion and my wild guess.
Yeah, there's a wild
As
guess,
someone
but it's
who
not confirmed.
went through it.
At least for
Yeah,
me,
of
it's not
course.
confirmed, so I am not making any
No,
assumptions.
it's not.
But there's one case that I do know and I can confirm it, and that is back in 2006, 2008. There, I have known an artist. He goes under the name of DJ Lunch, or the Cinderella, and he is also the founder of a Japanese hardcore party, not the J-core like music, but the hardcore music.
Japanese hardcore.
The Tokyo hardcore construction. DJ Lunch, he's the
Oh, I
frontman.
know.
Oh, you know Tokyo hardcore construction.
Yeah.
Okay. They really dislike the J-core anime scene, the nerd scene, and they are invested in more the European hardcore stuff. I really had good conversations with him. He even asked me for advice for a tattoo, and he asked me how do you write Gabber is live in Dutch. So I told him, this is this. Show me a picture if you have it. He showed me a picture, so it's great. Had really good conversation with him, and I said the next time I want to come to Japan, I really want to meet him and maybe play at his party.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's cool and all. And then suddenly I didn't hear from him. No, okay, it's possible. And somehow I kind of forgot about him. But then a half a year later, I thought to myself, hey, I haven't heard of this guy already in a long time. So I check out where the guy is, and he didn't react anymore. And I do had contact with somebody else that went to that scene, and they confirmed that he committed suicide. So I was pretty shocked, as I really liked that guy, and I really wanted to help him. And it's it's like what you said. It's and a lot of people in Japan, they just cannot get the right help.
Yeah. They are like really self-isolating and stuff, and yeah.
So yeah,
it happens.
So yeah,
Like, do you remember this guy called Charger? That was
I heard of him.
Yeah, I think he was from Hong Kong. He was like really young. Like he was.
No mic.
What?
I didn't hear what you said. Yeah.
He was like 23 or 24, something like that. And we didn't. He was in this. What's the label from? Look D called. Well, I don't remember, but he was pretty good, and he did some stuff like freeform hardcore. And he was from Hong Kong, and suddenly he like stopped communicating and posting on Facebook and stuff. And this was around the J-Core years. And
I remember. Yeah, there was one guy from Hong Kong. Yeah, I now remember. There's one guy, one J-Core guy from Hong Kong. Yeah, I do remember him. Yeah.
Yeah, that guy did one of my favorite freeform hardcore songs of all time. And he stopped communicating and stuff. And a year later, we found out, and I don't remember who we were. It was me and some other guys from the J-Core community. I don't know if it was Jasper. I don't know. But someone in Hong Kong talked with his family, and family told us that he passed away a year ago. And no other details, no other stuff, you know. So I was really shocked because the guy was behaving weirdly So it's not confirmed. It will never be confirmed. But I do really think that it was suicide too, because he was healthy.
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
yeah, yeah.
physically healthy.
We can always have our suspicions.
Yeah. And that's obviously my guess.
Yeah.
But my gut says that's what happened. And that's why I think it was Diluc D too. We put up a compilation of all his works, and I did the cover art, which was like a like the thing that you put someone dies, like the
Orion.
RIP Charger with his name under, and it was all his works free to download, and we put it up, and it was really successful, and I felt really good for him, because obviously he's not here anymore, but he still gives joy to other people, and I think that's what we are here for. I mean, artists, musicians especially, and that case was really shocking. And there are more dudes, and there will be more, and I hope less over time, but who knows. All we can do is talk about it, speak our minds,
Just make it aware.
yeah,
Raise
and
awareness.
try people to understand why this happens, how it happens, and how to help.
Yeah.
Yourself even. I mean,
Okay, there's one thing that is for sure, and that's to everybody out there. If you do have like some suspicions about being coming in depression, or you are in a depression, you can always come up to our Discord chat, because we are building.
IDMs are open.
IDs are open, but his DMs are open, but the Jake Live community that I am building, we are really helpful, and really helpful individuals. We treat people with respect, and nobody is left out. Everybody is one big family over there. So
Fits in.
this is one rule that I have with my community, and that is that everybody has to be respectful to each other and be helpful for each other. So that is my only rule.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
But if you really need some more individual help, please go over to Dennis, because he can help you even more.
I will
Let's
try.
see. What do we have more? Lady, the reason I asked was because I personally don't feel like I can say anything meaningful. I can listen, but that's it. I have no real experience with it. So thanks for the answers. Good to know. So Holy 80, for you, just listen to what a person has to say and just go with the flow.
Yep.
Try not to give your reasons. Don't try not to give your idea on life. Just
Your judgment.
no, your judgment. Do not give your judgment. Just go with the flow and just agree with that person. Even if you don't agree with it, just agree with it for that moment until the person calms down. Let's see.
Totally.
Fumsy Aerostorm. Ah, yes, that's one of the most well-known examples of things to avoid, I suppose. I recognize it from his past experience with family and friends. Thanks so much for the elaborate answer. So, Fumsy has his answers. Let's see. Power to All came back. Welcome back, Power to All! Let's see. Yeah, question rounds. Power to All is asking, when are you and Power to All doing a new metal track? Soon. Oh, you should DM him.
It might come out tomorrow. I don't know. And I really don't know. It's not on my hands anymore. It's someone else.
Oh, ooh. So there's your answer. Another question of Power to All. When are you going to pimp my desktop? Well, this is going to be quite expensive if I need to grab fly him over from Spain.
Yep. And
Oh my God.
the materials are pretty
Pricey.
pricey.
Oh, is it pricier than here in the Netherlands?
Probably, yeah.
I don't know, because
Probably, yeah.
we really have like an expensive tax charge. We have 21% tax.
Yeah, we also have 21, and we also have digital canon, and we all stuff. And there's also the problem that most of the supply chains come from Germany and the Netherlands and even France. We don't have a supply chain of our own, so it all has to come from there. So yeah, that raises the price
Yeah.
all the time. Yeah, it's
Computers are so
very
expensive.
expensive. It's very expensive. Yeah.
Let's see. T-Bus, is it also very difficult in Japan because topics like suicide and depression are often frowned upon? I noticed the talk about those tops being way more open in Europe and North America. Yeah, that is true because suicide and depression is taboo in Japan. But like the same talking about sex is taboo in Japan. People in Japan, they are being taught not to bother other people with your problems. So that's why it's taboo for depression, because they are already being taught not to talk about their problems. They are talk about be one with the system.
Yeah. That's perfectly it.
And here in the Western world, we are taught to be ourselves and try to talk about your problems. Yeah. So there's a difference. And also, Japan is, Dennis said it before, it's a country with a lot of pride and a lot of honor. And the moment that you are not able to deliver that honor, you are a disgrace to the family and a disgrace to the country. So
there's that social pressure.
Exactly that.
Yep.
So let's see. Fancy Aerosome, I heard that too. Yeah. Extra pressure. Defrag best community. Already diver well said, my dudes. Candy Core said tips. Internet J-Core live theme Fedora. Or simple, just ask Neodash what to do. Don't ask me what to do. You know, I'm just going with the flow and just see how the situation is. Let's see. Fancy Aerosome. Very much looking forward to hearing the collab with Pauto and SOTUI. Let's see. Holy AD. Kind of off topic, but anything you can and want to review about your Distorted Twins 4. Are you making a Distorted Twins 4?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I decided that right when I got out of depression. I messaged Hideki Pokotan about making it happen, because he didn't have a really great year either.
Yeah.
And we really love making Distorted Twins. So yeah, we are making Distorted Twins 4. We have the artwork for it made by Sibot, who is the main illustrator for Sidus 2, all the characters and stuff, and who is a really nice guy that I love and is so kind. And there is gonna be several new tracks that are coming up in games, and that's what's keeping us from releasing it yet, because we need them to be fully released in the games in order to get the permission to release.
Okay,
But I think I have
but the tracks.
5 or 6.
Okay, so wait, but the tracks that you put out for the games, they are short. But if you put it on the CD, are they the same versions or are they the extended version? Are they even extended?
I used to make extended versions, but I don't do it anymore because something I realized is I don't make music for the dance floor. I mean, I make hardcore, and that's kind of stupid, but my music is for listening and even reflecting on it, like having that experience in your ears. It's not for going ham in a party, although you can. But the main reason I keep now the game tracks as short as in the games is because it's the way I created them, and making extended versions always felt to me like doing it just for the sake of making it longer. And I do understand that people can listen to it more time if it's longer, but they are a whole thing by themselves. I don't need they need to be extended.
Okay,
Plus,
but it's really
Pogodan-
difficult for DJs.
Yep, I know. but for those specific cases, I can prepare kind of extended versions if those DJs ask me. Wink.
Wink. Okay, I am loving that wink. So, is there like some kind of release date somewhere or some kind of release month? Or
I don't know, because when we talk about game music, you don't know when it comes out until it comes out. So
okay,
I think like 4 tracks aren't released yet in the games.
okay, so Distorted
And
Children
they-
4 in the same year as the next Olympic years.
Yeah, I mean, it could be tomorrow or it could be the next year. I don't know. I hope in the next months, because I really need that CD to become a reality. Because the artwork has been made for 2 years.
Oh shit!
But, yeah,
Oh.
all this shit came down, and I got what I got. Pogotan got really busy at work, and we couldn't do it. And now we are making it happen. And also, that reminds me, it's kind of a shameless plug, but I have a new track in Lanoda coming up in 3 days. They announced it today. It's a remaster of a collaboration I made with Stephanie Yanes some years ago, and it's a remaster of a remaster, which is something that people who are my fans are pretty used to, because I did the same with Crossheart, which is now in Kalpa, and I did the same with Entrance, my remix of Entrance by Ice.
Okay.
I made 4 different versions. Remaster of the remaster and stuff like that.
It doesn't matter. There's new stuff coming out from you.
I wanted it to sound better.
Yeah. You know what? Drop the link on Twitch so people can follow it. Maybe they can.
Yeah, the game. I mean, Lanoda is so cool. Oh my god, so many notifications. Twitter, boy. this is kind of too much. Yeah, when a game track gets released, my Twitter goes nuts. Nuts.
Oh,
It's insane.
oh, just drop a link in there, so then the people here in the chat
Yeah,
can.
I don't used to have a lot of interaction in Twitter. And when a game track gets released,
Dennis? Seriously? He just hung up on me. There you are again. you
it's
just
got weird stuff.
you hung up on me.
Yeah, but I did not press it. I don't know.
Defrag, thank you very much for stopping by today. It's really great that you have been here into the this whole show. I would say have a great night. Thank you for stopping by. Stay safe, stay clean, and most of all, stay. Bye, Defrag.
Yeah, it's getting pretty late here too.
Yeah. So to everybody out there, if you still have some questions, please ask them now. As it's already kind of late. Dennis needs to have his bedtime sleep, his beauty sleep. She needs her beauty sleep as well.
My time of trying to sleep while my girlfriend is sleeping is more proper. Because she goes to bed, I go to bed, 10 minutes later, she is so deeply in sleep. And I am so insomniac.
Shit.
Yeah. So, and this heat does not help at all. I don't tolerate heat very well. Oh, I can't see the chat. What?
Can I see the chat?
No.
Twitch?
I mean, I don't see the has all the messages that were sent before because it closed, and now I opened it and it doesn't refresh. So if someone makes a question,
So I don't see any questions right now. So
okay.
So I think everybody they already had the chance.
And they have now the time to reflect on everything we spoke here because it's
a
lot.
real heavy topic where what we discuss today. But okay, I must be really honest. I was really careful with a stream like this because talking about depression is really difficult. It's definitely not a topic for everybody, and it can trigger some past traumas for certain people. But when you came up to me and you suggested that you want to talk about depression, I pretty much instantly said, yes, this is maybe a good idea because I know that she has it. Had it, but this is not something that I can talk about because it has nothing to do with J-Core. But you, as an artist, you have several links. You have, as a J-Core artist, you were in the depression, so it is. It was for me. It was a really good moment to talk about. It's something that it needs to be aware, for everybody, and yeah, really thank you very much for opening up your stories, talk about it, and just share your experience with us because this is a story that a lot of people could not know, will never know, or people that that realize something within their lives that fits with your story. So thank you so much for sharing your stories.
It was honestly so cool. I mean, it's also like when the idea popped out in my head, I was like, this is kind of scary, but when I told you, I was already sure that it was gonna be so positive, not only for us, but for anyone who watched this, either like live or the bot, or how do you pronounce it? I don't know.
I call it Vault. Oh,
Bot. Yeah. So I just want to help and people to be prevented that this is gonna keep happening, because until society changes, this will keep happening, because it's just a consequence of wrong education.
yeah. Because you
It's
are
just a
definitely
consequence.
you are not the first one, and you're definitely not the last one.
Nope. Oh, I won't, of course. And I know a lot of artists in the rhythm game scene has or had their fair share of this stuff, and I know someone who are still in there, and all I do is message them from time to time, remind them that I love them and their work, that they can talk to me when they feel prepared. I don't want to pressure anyone, because that's wrong and that don't help. But I want them to know that I'm here for them, and not because, of course, some dude on Twitter said that I am doing this because it's the cool thing to do and I want the attention. I mean, you can say whatever you want. I don't care. So I only want people to know about this, to be aware, and the people who are suffering to be able to see that more people go through it, and that you can come out of it. That's the most important thing, I think.
Well, there are two people that I know that came out of it. These two.
Yep.
So these two are the living proofs that they went into it and they came out of it. So let's see, Pauto, Dennis, really good to talk about it and give tips and info what you have experienced, and to and how to prevent or help people in some sort of way. Holy 80, I just want to say really good to see you here again, Dennis, and happy to see it with a nice smile. This was really valuable information. And Thumbs Aerostorm say much respect for sharing the story with us, and thank you for all the insights you've given to us. And the same goes for Teachbus.
So positive, man. That's so cool.
You know, this is the community that we are building. This is the community that we are looking for, and this is the community that J-Core deserves. Not only J-Core, but just humanity in general.
Totally. Yep. Totally.
So.
Totally. Jasper wants me to come more often here.
Well, it's all up to him. So I am not forcing anybody to come over to the show. So, but I do want to invite you for another show in the future. Maybe talk about music production and about. And
I can talk about that for hours.
Well, that's good. Because then we can talk about your music productions, and maybe also talk about music gaming.
Yeah.
As you are pretty much one of the only few people that I know that actually does that. That can speak English. So, yeah. The only thing what I still want to say to you is thank you very much for being here today. Thank you, for all your great stories. I'm really happy to have you here on the show today. It was really insightful, not only for me but also for the people here in the chat. And
Yeah.
even though that the show is normally until 11 o'clock, no, this is an important story, and this is we took our time and just explained a lot of stuff, and this is just gold information for everybody.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be so useful for who is searching for that insight.
Yeah. Oh yeah, one more last question. Where can we find you?
In everywhere. I mean, I'm at SOTUI official with 2 F's, please. In Twitter, Facebook, in YouTube, I'm just SOTUI. And I got that musical verification mark yesterday.
Seriously?
So it was cool.
Nice.
Yeah, because I should have it before, but I slacked and did not ask for it.
Yeah.
So yesterday I was like, yep, give me that. And I have it now. So yeah, just type SOTUI and my channel pops up.
Nice.
And I am also on SoundCloud, but I don't use it anymore and I hate it. So, but the music is there. And I'm also on Spotify, iTunes, everywhere. And on
I
Facebook,
think
obviously.
I think you really need a link tree.
Yeah, I got an email from a new like startup company that makes something like Linktree that want me on board or something like that, and I'm taking my time to think about it because, I mean, it's a new company and I don't want to compromise to something that I'm not gonna use. So I'm taking my time, but yeah, it's gonna happen soon, I hope.
Linktree is for free,
Yeah.
so
Yeah, but Linktree is too simple and I don't know. It's
doesn't
too
matter.
simple.
It works.
I want it to be cool. I love when things are so cool.
True.
I'm just a junkie for that.
You also have a Patreon, right?
Oh yeah, I do. And it like everyone who is in my Patreon helps me every month more than they know. I mean, I just upload sneak peeks and stuff I'm working in, and sometimes I post or I'm preparing some surprises for the people who've been with me all this time because they helped me so much. And I have a tier which is called Tutorize Me, that it was intended for people to get custom tutorials, but then I got so busy and people used it as as I want to give you $10 every month because I love you, and they do that. But I'm gonna be recording tutorials for those people and put it for the people who is in that tier, and they are gonna be good because I've been thinking about this for long. I want the tutorials to be useful, really useful. So that's all I can do. And I love everyone who supports me and who spends their time listening to my stuff, talking to their friends about my stuff, asking me how my day went, or anything like that. And of course, everyone who attended today, because this was such a blast and it was something I've been needing, literally, because I feel so disconnected from the community and fans because I'm so scared of joining communities that I don't do it. I will hang out in yours because I've seen it's healthy, but
We're
Big
making sure this
game.
is a healthy community.
big game communities scare the shit out of me. Honestly, it's bullying, pure bullying. I mean,
Yeah,
so-
I know. And
so-
I stay away from those communities myself.
Yeah, you did well. That's a good.
Power to all.
That's
The
right,
Neodash
people.
will destroy people who aren't healthy, including him. I did.
Okay. Oh,
That is-
thank you
that
for
is-
linking everything. That's cool.
So yeah, Denise. Yeah, once again, thank you very much for joining here in today's show. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed yourself as I enjoyed myself here as well. Even though it is a heavy
really
topic
did.
to talk about, but yeah,
I love talking.
I felt really good about this show.
Yeah.
Yes, I know that we have less viewers than usual, but I am actually surprised there are still quite a lot of viewers that actually stayed along. Jesus, power to all! Stop doing that.
Bro.
Save your fucking money. Jesus Christ.
Nice.
Thank you, power to all. Just on the end. So yeah, we still have 5 more tracks. I will play all these 5 tracks behind another, and then it's the end of the show. Oh damn! Now I see. Power to all. I want to congratulate you for the 100 gifted subs. Woo! And also, Teasbuzz, thank you very much for the 1000 bits. Woo! Well, Kimbine didn't got her 5 minutes, and we won't do that today.
I've been sitting here all the time.
So, yeah, we are definitely going to say goodbye to Dennis right now. So, once again, for the so many time, thank you very much for today. And yeah, we hope to see you back in the community. And to everybody out there, if you want to talk to Denise, go check him out on all the socials. He also has his own Discord channel.
Yep, I do. I'm gonna type it here
Just
because
type,
it's cool.
just type everything here in the chat, then everybody can follow.
because it's verified, and that's cool. I got my server verified, so I have that really cool link, which I think it's really cool.
Nice. So yeah, go over to his Discord, follow him, like him, subscribe to him, support him on all the links that you see here in the chat. So we, like I said, we have 5 more tracks to go, and then it's the end of the show. So yeah, Dennis, is there some last words you want to say?
I just want to say thank you to everyone who spent this long and heavy time with us, and I'm sure that this will help everyone in one sense or another, and that's so cool. And that I will be back. Obviously, this is fun.
Nice. So let's go over. Oh, need to lower this down. Where's the folder? So yeah, the next tracks: YR421, followed by Fire, then Summer Carnival '96, then Fly Away, and then we are going to end the stream with Close Your Eyes, the GB edit. So once again, Dennis, thank you very much, and everybody enjoyed the last few tracks. I'm not going to do a motivational speech today because this whole
It's being
stream,
a relentless.
this whole stream
motivation.
is one and all motivational speeches. So to everybody out there, thank you very much for joining in today's show. Let's do a quick shout out to Thumbsy Aerostomp, Teasbuzz, Harley Diver, DJ Candycore, Power to all. Let's see what do else we Holy 80. I want to say Wisebot, but it's not Wisebot. The manufacturer, hey, long time no see. And a shout out to you,
Nice
of
guy.
course. Defrag, he already went to bed. And otherwise, here, Defrag to you. And also, once again, thank you very much to Power to All for all the subbies. Woo! And Teasbus also for the cheers. Oh, two more things to mention tomorrow.
Thanks to Sam.
Your dreams come true. Just do it.
Yeah. So no, that's the wrong button. This one. Okay. So tomorrow we have it's the last Tuesday of the month, so that means another Gabber Disco Night live. We are joined by the Speed Freak, Hectica, Crisis, Stormtrooper, and Phil Chinas. So come over to the show. We are starting the same time as today at Jaco Live. And also, do not forget upcoming Saturday.
Don't give it to you.
So we have 9 to 10 hours of live stream Cheesy Fest. So make sure to come upcoming Saturday to Gabber Disco's Back to the Disco with awesome artists. But we are definitely going to talk about this event tomorrow. So now the last 5 tracks. And to everybody out there, thank you very much for being here today. And stay safe, stay clean, and most of all, stay J-Core. This is Neodash Zerox. SOTUI, aka Seeds of the Upcoming Infection, aka Denny's, and Kimbine out.
playing.